What is up, y'all? What is up? How are you guys? Damn, I gotta make sure I do laundry today. I just realized that. Today, I ended up requesting today off. I had a lot of things to end up doing today. So, hey, got a couple of those things done. I still gotta do a bit of laundry. I was gonna do it yesterday, but then I was like, shoot, might as well. Might as well wait. Um, but yeah, what is up? What is up? How are you guys? So, real quick, I kind of wanted to let me see if I can go and open this. Damn, my stomach really hurts, man. My stomach is hurting. But I'm so happy to finally be getting in here and talking with y'all once again. And it's so funny because this dude named Harish, I swear, bro, you pop up every time when I'm not like here. I've been waiting to finally catch you when I'm actually here and like with you guys. But every single time, man. Every single time he is not here at all. Once again, oops, sorry. I was trying to see just in case if chat ends up opening up at some point. But every single time, man, Harish hops in here or like and then he always comments like I'm gonna see his last comment. His last comment I think was like, oh, when do you come like live? Like as in like when I'm here, I'm talking with y'all. I was like, I do it an hour or 30 minutes before my streams, man, and it's like he always misses it. I'm like, bruh. I do actually gotta put this in my Discord. That's probably why he probably shows up whenever I like share it from my Discord or something. I don't know. Cause I've had this Discord for my web dev content, but because I don't do web dev content no more, it's kind of pointless to really have this Discord at all. And no one really talks in here anyway, because I just switched up my content, so kind of screwed myself. But people were begging me to make that, and then it turned around and nobody was like in there for after a while. Cause I don't really know how to run Discord anyway. But let me go and see, because there was a couple of comments yesterday too where people were asking questions. Somebody was asking if I was studying for the 1201 or the 1202, and that they basically are going to be taking their 1201 on Wednesday. So they were like happy to come across someone who is studying. And that was from Rev Riot Zero. So I don't know if you're here, but probably not. I'll probably tell people to like check out the beginning of the stream if you want to see me answer your questions. I think I did answer it there, but I don't know if I answered it on time. So he could have left. I'm not sure. But I am studying for the 1202. I have not currently studied for the 1201 yet. I mean, I do know a little bit about hardware because I did kind of start studying hardware because I thought it was a little bit more interesting. I was very confident and still very confident that I could build like a desktop. I think the only thing I would need a little bit of like guidance on would be on the cables and the wiring. But of course anyone would need guidance if you've never done it before. But my goal would be to literally like take a picture of what the PC looked like before, because I wouldn't want to buy one that's kind of built already and then just take it apart and put it back together. As kind of what my goal would be when it comes to practicing on PCs, and just kind of keep doing that, and or getting new ones that look a little bit different and see if I could do the same thing until I literally can just buy everything separate and genuinely build it myself, which I think would be super fun. And it's something that I actually would really want to do for like a side hustle or something, is to like repair people's PCs or build people PCs and stuff like that, and kind of just do that. I think it would just be super fun to end up doing that. I just think I kind of live in a state though where I probably wouldn't find, well, actually I live next to a state that is very close by, probably like 30 minutes away, because I live like on the cusp of this certain state that I live in, and so I could be in the next state in like 30 minutes. And I know out there they definitely have like more, they probably would have more clientele for the stuff that I want to do, which is building PCs and IT support and stuff like that. So I'm like, that would be pretty lit. But yeah, currently studying for the 1202, and I do not work an IT job. I actually work a warehouse job. I'm sure if y'all been here before, you already know the tea. I do work a warehouse job. And then I think there was another comment beforehand. Oh, somebody said that they love the consistency, that they're currently studying for the CCNA. It was Valor, which is great. They said that they have the A plus and the Network plus, and they're currently going for their CCNA. And I think that's super fire, man, because I'm literally trying to be like on that same path, and kind of starting with A plus could be a little bit like, I feel like it could be a little bit discouraging in the sense, because not that you're not understanding anything, but just because since it's such a broader concept and there's so many things they kind of want you to learn, or to like quiz yourself on. I feel like it's one of the longest ones to take because it's 2 exams in one, you know what I mean? And then there's just so much topics, it's so broad, that it can be like upsetting because when there's other people who already have their A+, and then they start stacking so many certs like after it, like maybe in the next 6 months they're able to stack like 4 to 5 certs. While with me, it's like I'm spending the next 6 months just trying to get this one cert. And then, yes, luckily, after I get this one cert, the next 6 months are probably going to be me getting more. But it's like, it sucks when you first kind of start. And I wish I started this, just way sooner. Especially the actual studying for the CompTIA A+, because though it's day 85, I've mentioned this before, I really only started studying for the CompTIA A+ a month ago. So it hasn't really been like me studying for the CompTIA A+ for almost 90 days. I was just currently studying for like IT for the last 90 days. And the first like month as well, I was going for the Google IT support course, and I didn't know that you had to like pay for it or whatever. So I was like doing that. And if you know, the first section that they leave for free is literally the history of PCs. So I didn't really need to know any of that. So the first month I did that for nothing. So then for the second month, I'm thinking I'm allowed to start the hardware section, but they blocked me because I didn't obviously pay for it. So I'm like, oh, well. So then I started doing my own deep dive into the hardware for about the next month. And then pretty much by this last month, I decided to pursue the actual CompTIA A+. So I'm like, damn, if I just started with the CompTIA A+ from 3 months ago, I would have been so much further. I probably would have took the damn test, or at least one of the cores by next month, and then been able to take the next core by, the following month later. But, and I thought it was going to be like easy to get the CompTIA A+. Like I remember telling people I was going to get the CompTIA A+ by January, and I don't even know anything to even pass like one full core. I'm currently still studying for the operating system, but I see why my college down the street makes the course for the CompTIA A+ 6 months long. And I know I'm young, I may look young, but I still have to pay for this apartment, I have a car, so there's no way I could do like full-time studying. It would have to be legitimately, it's not even part-time studying because I can't study for like 3, 4, or 5 hours. I literally can only study every day for an hour. So it's kind of like, of course, this was going to take very long, but I'm hoping eventually that they do drop overtime, because then once they drop overtime, that'll make it a little bit more easier for me to be able to study for maybe 3 hours a day or something revolving that, because I normally do 10 to 12 hours. So it's crappy. And then you don't really want to study like after work, because you just spent so much time like putting in, like doing heavy lifting, putting in whatever time you put in. So it's kind of like, working and doing all that, it's tough to kind of study like consistently. But man, I'm just super happy because at the end of the day, I just know that when I do eventually start this journey, like when I'm kind of willing to pursue IT full time in a way, or even just get like an actual position in an IT field, I think from there I'm going to be doing very well, man. And I know a lot of people, they tend to say that they struggle with finding entry-level positions. And I think truly sometimes the reason why that happens is because, number one, I think people are picky, right? I'm sure a lot of people who are looking for entry-level positions are trying to apply to positions that are like remote jobs. And it's not impossible to land those, but it's just going to be, it's going to be very competitive. And then same thing with, obviously you're only going to probably look for jobs in your area. So if there's not really one out, you might not end up landing a position. So I feel like the best thing for one is for people to revamp their resume. Some people have said that they put out hundreds of applications and didn't even get reached back once. And I think 100% your resume is the issue. No doubt or question about it. Because you should be getting a reach out or even like a couple interviews, not necessarily the job. So if you're not, your resume is probably, not up to par. And also too, you're going to want to make your resume kind of match what that specific job is asking for as well. So some people kind of send out the same resume to multiple jobs, and that's not what you're going to want to do. You're going to want it to literally be a representative of what that job is asking for. And then on top of that too, you're going to want to build those exact skills as well. So let's say your first resume for the first 5 jobs, you're realizing like they want you to have some sort of knowledge about Active Directory. don't just sit there and say, because you're trying to be realistic, that you just don't add that on there. No, like, now go see if you can download Active Directory on your virtual machine. If not, watch a YouTube video on it and kind of see if you can learn how to use it, so that now you could put on your resume, I have experience with using this. You know what I mean? I feel like some people, they're either being a little bit too, like, and I'm not saying like you need to lie, because obviously when you say you have experience using it, you can, like, at the end of the day, when it comes to that interview, when they give you that offer, you could just say that you had experience using it in a virtual lab setting. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't have to be, it's not really a lie. You do have experience using it, you just never used it in an actual job. And I feel like some people tend to not do that because they probably think they can't use that as, like, you know, as experience, or in a way, or use it as, like, I know how to use this in particular. So I just feel like, when you're looking at these job applications, make sure you see everything that they want, say that you have experience in it, and of course have actual experience in it. Don't just say it and then now you show up and you look crazy because you don't really know how to use Active Directory. Like, that's not the goal. But that's something that I've always knew to do, and I feel like some people don't know to do that when it comes to their resume. And that's why they don't tend to get offers. Or also too, like I said, they're just in places that don't offer much jobs. Like, there's plenty of places that actually do offer a lot of entry-level roles. You probably would have to move, of course, but obviously you would have to be strategic, because you're gonna have to make sure that your money is up if you are gonna have to go move for an entry-level position. And I understand some people probably aren't gonna want to do that, because you're literally just gonna go move to another state probably by yourself to only make $20 an hour in this entry-level role. It could be very tough for people because they're not gonna want to do that, even though, gaining that experience is important. But I can understand why some people don't want to do it. Shoot, at the end of the day, it's something that I feel like I obviously would be considering if I'm really confident in this, like, path, which I am. But I could see why some people would be timid, because especially with me, I do have an apartment here, I do have a car. I'm not someone who could just rely on somebody. I would have to go out there and, like, get it out on my own the same way I did it here. So for me, it kind of feels like I could just do that if I really needed to for a couple of years, and then if I wanted to come back, use that experience and yada yada. So I've been considering doing that, but I can see why it's still iffy, because especially because my main job is so stable. It makes it even difficult for someone like me to even want to make, that big of a move in a way. So I can see why some people don't do it, man. But I don't know. But I wanted to answer, like, what originally got me interested in tech. And I think for me, I remember when I was a kid, I was first looking at a bunch of jobs and I didn't really see anything that I was truly interested in until I did see computer science. So this was back in, like, high school. I did see computer science, and I never was, like, tech savvy. I don't even think I owned a laptop at that time, but I've always just felt like when I seen computer science, everything else I didn't care for. Like, when I was looking at the healthcare stuff, I was like, no, I don't see myself doing that. Looking at being a lawyer, I was like, no. I was kind of interested in hands-on work and office work, though, but I didn't necessarily know what that would look like. Like, I remember construction popped up, but I'm like, nah, like, I don't want to be outside in the cold. I think I even seen HVAC pop up, and I was like, well, still, you're technically going to be outside in the cold if you're, depending on where you're working. And I was just like, no, like, that's not what I mean, but I knew I always wanted to be hands-on. And then when I saw computer science, I think I seen IT as well, but the way that they were, like, portraying IT back in the day, or even now, in days, like, I've been seeing people on TikToks, like, talking about IT, and then there'd be people in the comments like, oh yeah, you're only getting paid $40,000 a year, and then that person will respond and be like, first of all, I'm getting paid $60,000 and I'm about to get paid this much later. And I'm like, exactly. Like, I feel like I used to allow people who used to say, oh, in IT you're gonna get paid like dirt. I used to always think that that was true, and in a way it is, because if you do work in an entry-level position, you are probably going to get paid like dirt. It is possible that if you stayed for years, you can get paid something decent, but at the end of the day, not a lot of people are going to want to do that. But then that was when I learned about specializing in IT roles. You know what I mean? Because, and I know, like, a nurse isn't kind of like a good example, because when you do become a nurse, you are going to get paid bank like $40 to $50 an hour. But once you hit that $50 an hour mark, it kind of slims out and it's kind of hard to rise up anymore. But with a nurse, it's possible to specialize in like 3 to 4, I think there's even more things you could possibly specialize in to make so much more money. You do need to go back to college though to go and do that. But I feel like that's kind of how I see IT, just a little bit opposite, because when you start in an entry-level IT job, you are going to probably start just getting paid like $20 to $25 an hour, right? Which ain't too bad. Some people, they want more, I don't know why, but that's pretty decent for an entry-level role. Maybe because people get degrees and then they have to go there, so they're like, damn, I'm getting a whole degree to then end up at a $25 an hour role. I'm like, I don't know, I feel like that's with a lot of degrees anyway. But you start there, and then from there you can specialize in security, you can specialize in networking, system admins. I forgot what the other one is, but there's so many different specializations you can get into, and then your pay would obviously jump from 20 to 50 or 60, you know what I mean? And probably even more depending on what you are like growing in and when you become a senior in that field and stuff like that, or even becoming an architect, right? If you're going for network engineering, you could eventually become a network architect, which is going to pay probably roughly around 120 to 106 or 100, yeah, something like that, 120 something to 160 a year, or cloud architect, which is roughly the same thing, like 140 to 160 a year. And some people don't see that for their future, you know, they just see IT and they don't really relate IT to those positions, but that's literally still IT. That's why some people and most people who are in those positions had to start with an entry-level IT job just to get their foot through the door, to then rise up into the junior network engineering role, and then rise up to network engineering senior, and yada yada, right? So, but I feel like some people kind of get that misconstrued. So I remember seeing IT and I was interested, but when it had said what the pay was, I was like, I'm not going to college for IT to just get paid. Like, I thought the same thing, to get paid like 40 something thousand, because at the end of the day, I was a kid. So of course I'm gonna be thinking about what is making bank. Now that I'm older and I've noticed that I don't even make that much now, and I'm living such a pretty decent life, and I live in a high cost of living state, and I'm like, oh yeah, people are just bad with their money, like straight up. Like I no one could tell me otherwise, unless you are probably taking care of multiple people. You should be chilling with like making around roughly $20 to $25 an hour. And if you are not chilling, like, then I don't know what to tell you. Granted, I do have an apartment with my partner, so I would say, yes, if you are trying to be on your own, it definitely is more tough. But if you are possibly dating someone, or you could potentially be living with a roommate, you should be perfectly fine making that income and still have enough to save and build a good amount of savings. But, you know, in this current age, a lot of people are bad spenders and they want really expensive things. So I'm just like, okay, but like, I'm chilling with the type of income I make, and I'm like perfectly fine in this high cost of living state. Like, I'm chilling, but other people aren't. So, but anyway, when I was looking, I was clearly looking for money at the time, and then that's when the next swipe was computer science. So I was like, whatever, let me go to computer science. They look like they make bank. I didn't even know anything about what computer scientists actually did. I was just more intrigued by looking at that dollar amount. So when I went to college for it, it was probably for like one semester, and I ended up dropping out, not because it was difficult, but because life got difficult. Eventually, my father had actually passed away when I was 17 years old, so it kind of forced me to have to grow up a lot more quicker. And so, because before I was thinking, like, you know, my dad, I'm 7, I'll say he's 17. I'm 17 years old. I'm like, you know, my dad's there. He's going to be able to, I'm not necessarily going to have to work a job to be able to go to college and stuff, because I was thinking, you know, he would hold it down by paying the bills and different things like that, and be able to give me a couple bucks, or maybe even just doing a part-time. But because he ended up dying, I actually had to start working full-time, and at this full-time job they had overtime, and I was kind of forced to do it because of my role. So eventually it took so much time away from my studying that I ultimately just ended up dropping out, because it was either do college and kind of have people around me who, I don't want to say wasn't supportive, because like they would have helped, but they didn't have good supportive energy. So I feel like it kind of made me think, I don't want to be here, because if you don't want me here, then I don't want to be here, you know, type of feeling. So eventually I was like, whatever, I have to grow up. And so immediately at the age of 19, I ended up getting my first job, because I graduated at 18. So I just had turned 19. I think I got my job literally the day after my birthday. So I just turned 19, started working, and I immediately got my apartment while I was still 19, but it was like a month before I turned 20. So it was, yeah, basically like that. So almost around like 19, 20-ish years old is when I finally got my first apartment, because I had to. And now that I'm 22, I've been at the same apartment, and I hopefully plan on moving. I'm not sure. We'll have to see. But I've been here, and it's been pretty lit. But that was kind of the way I got into tech, and kind of the way things started to fall apart. at the same time. So then eventually, I want to say I kind of just started to get comfortable at my current job. And because the current job that I'm working at is actually a career job, and it's normally where people go if they don't have degrees. So I was like, whatever, I'm already here, might as well just stay here. And I ended up like, having my partner, and my partner kind of made me realize like I'm kind of mentally, I feel like I move like I'm older. Like I feel like I move like I'm 40 or something. Like I'd be thinking, well, time's up for me. Like there's no way I could go back to college. And I'm like, wait, hold on, I'm 22 years old. Like, why am I gonna settle for this comfortability here? Especially when a lot of people who are starting this job are normally like in their 40s and 50s. Like these are people who are coming here because they have no other choice type stuff. And I'm not saying you can't figure it out at that time, but some people genuinely feel like that. They feel like they really don't have no other choice. And I'm sitting here, I'm like, hold on, I'm 22 years old. Like my partner's right. Like let me try and pursue something different, but while still working here. But why am I acting like I gotta stay comfortable? So eventually that's when I got into web development. It seemed really nice, and I'm not gonna lie, I still was like young-minded at the time. So when I heard the dollar signs next to web development, I was like, oh, let me get into that, especially because people made it seem like it was quick. So I got into web development, immediately realized it's not as fast as people say, and then also realized it's not going to be as much money as people also say. So I decided to kind of change my idea on it, and I was like, you know what, I could just use it for a couple $100 a month, which like I was like, that would be pretty fine. I think I'll be okay even if I made like $50 or $100. Like you basically use it like DoorDash, like how some people use DoorDash, where it's like, okay, whatever, I'm just gonna hop on today, make a quick $20. Like that's kind of like how I thought of web dev. I never thought of making that into a career after realizing how like difficult it would be to make it into a career. So I was like, yeah, and I'm also not even passionate about coding. Like it just wasn't for me in the end to do it as an actual job. So I kind of gave up on that. Well, I don't want to say I gave up because I think I accomplished everything I wanted to accomplish, but I never made it into a full-blown career because I never cared for it to be. I wanted it to be freelance work. So then boom, that ended up ultimately getting me to pursue IT, and then I fell in love, and here I am busting my ass to try and like learn everything that I could learn. But I want like what made me really start a YouTube channel too is because specifically this channel, I think I'm done talking about the other channels, but specifically this channel has always just been that I wanted to inspire people to know, I've always wanted to inspire people that you could do whatever you put your mind to, and I've always wanted to show people the journey before getting to where you want to get to, because I'm super confident that I can land an IT role. I'm super confident I can get into a network engineering role. I don't know when, I don't know how long, but I have a lot of faith in God for one, but I also know myself, and I know like the type of work and hard work I am to really get into that position. So in my head it's like I already feel like I could get there. And I know that's why some people don't document the beginning part of their journey, because they're embarrassed to kind of say like, oh, I'm gonna do this, and then it never happens. And for me, the point of this channel too is to document different types of topics. So like I don't care if I had to end this whole like IT series on me not getting a network engineering job. I wouldn't mind it, but I'm just very confident that I would land one. So I wanted to document this journey because there's not really much YouTubers out there, and probably not at all, who really document themselves like way before landing or getting into something that is pretty damn sick and actually show people how to get there or motivate people on how to get there. Because I wish I was able to see, because I want to say before I started getting this like discipline in me, which I think it started with making YouTube videos, but before I got this discipline, it was actually hard for me to always start things. Like I remember that I would want to study for certain things and I would start it, but then I would stop, or I would want to do this and then I would stop. And what I had learned is that it's kind of difficult when you don't actually visually see somebody doing what you want to do. And like, yes, you may see them doing the actual like position, but like in the beginning, you don't see it. So that's kind of like how I made this channel, which is, the live streams are supposed to show myself studying or, show myself talking with you guys right now and kind of see where my mindset was and what I was doing at that time, and hopefully show you guys what I was doing at that time through the lives. And then, the YouTube videos are supposed to show it more in like a edited version, right? The live stream is supposed to be more raw, but the YouTube videos are more edited. And the goal is to just show you that journey. So then when I finally do become a network engineer, yeah, a lot more people are probably going to show up around that time, but they can now rewatch this journey. So instead of me giving an answer on how to become a network engineer, it's like, do it with me. Rewatch all those videos that I put in the work in. You know what I mean? I don't necessarily have to watch all the live streams because some of them are 12-hour study streams, so you don't gotta like study for 12 hours straight just because I'm doing that. But you know, I'm eventually, like, when I get a little bit, I feel like I'm more quicker with the CompTIA A plus, eventually I'll come back to the live study sessions where I'm like having my camera here, but it's just hard to do that because I'm just moving too slow. I would be moving too slow. I want to also really like get my studying done and stuff like that. But it's super fun though to be taking you guys along the literal journey. Like it's just crazy. And so making this YouTube channel was literally meant to show you guys my journey and on different topics. This started off as web dev, we got into IT support, and the IT support one might be the longest journey. I'm gonna give y'all a little bit of like a hint of like where I plan to take this journey, but it's gonna be this, like, exactly the way I'm filming things now. But then eventually I'm going to make it to where when I finally do land an IT support job, I'm going to make that a journey in itself. So instead of it being necessarily me learning stuff anymore, it's going to be me talking about my life at work, if that makes sense. So once I start landing that role. Thank you so much for hitting that subscribe button, Timbo. That is amazing. Thank you, thank you, thank you. But I feel like it's going to be what I want my life to look like, or it's going to document me working in that field. And then eventually the next one would be the college life of me still trying to get my IT degree at the same time. What is up, Julian? Happy New Year's, man. Says, how am I doing? I'm doing great, man. How are you doing? I'm doing fantastic. But then after that, it would be my college journey, which would still roughly be around the IT support journey. But then from there, once I get the degree, I get the master's, hopefully I would be able to land a networking engineering role either within that journey or a little bit after. And then whenever that happens, IT journey would end up ending. But that should be far down the future. And then eventually we're going to be on a new chapter. So it's going to be super fun to just document this whole thing. He said, hey, IT is fun. I do it on the side. Hey, that's what's up, man. That's definitely what I do as well. Like, I do it for, I feel like I do it for mainly like friends and family though, like if they ever need anything. But I don't really do it like for an income yet, because since I feel like my goal right now is to shoot more for experience rather than trying to get paid for it necessarily. So I just do like a couple of things here and there. I always try to hop on it too. Like if I hear someone saying they're having a tech issue, I don't even care if it's like a little bit of a tech issue. Like I think someone was having an issue with like sharing their location. So I just ended up, I was like, give me the phone. Like, let me do it. Like that's, cause like, even though that's like so minor and obviously you probably wouldn't do that in an actual like tech job as in, you know, in a office area, I feel like it still kind of has the same troubleshooting ways of things. So I'm like, I always try to jump on it. He said, fine, just came back from vacation this week and back to work. How is the learning going? I haven't been keeping up for the past 30 days. Susie just got back from vacation. Hey, what's up? Where did you go to vacation for, my guy? But for these last couple of 30 days, I've actually been studying like crazy. I am still within the operating system section, and currently I'm on the way of being outside of the operating system section by next month, or by the first week of next month. It should be that. And then eventually we're going to the next section of Core 2, which should be, I want to say, is it security or is it networking? Oh yeah, security is the next section. So I should be able to hop into that section hopefully by February or the third or the second week of February. And then we get to go from there. But I've been studying like crazy, just getting a bunch of these notes done. I've been doing a lot of practice quizzes as well. I like to do like maybe, I want to say 50 questions per section. But then I try to also, if I'm confused with something, like just the other day, I was really confused with, let me go and see. I was really confused with, I don't know how to say it. I think it's regedit. So where you view and edit and stuff like that, the registry editor. And then disk cleanup, I was confused with defrag. And it wasn't like it was difficult to understand. It was just, I feel like I rushed the notes. So when it came to the quizzing of it, I'm like, oh, actually, I don't know any of this. So I had to like quiz myself like twice on all those topics, on all four. Then I finally understood it. I needed to quiz myself on Windows domain and work groups because I realized I didn't understand that too much, but it was just like a key difference. It was just, okay, this goes for home, this is for more businesses, right? So that kind of helped me, and I did that really quickly. So I'm like really like been massively quizzing myself on stuff. Says IT is great, job market is crazy right now. No, yes. And a lot of people actually think it's not, but what I always tell people is that it's your resume and then probably the area of where you live at. Because currently where I live, I do have a couple of job offers of IT entry level positions. The only reason why I'm not too keen to taking it is because I am working in a warehouse job that's like my full-time job, and it's obviously what pays the bills. So I'm kind of more, and it's more stable. So I'm kind of more nervous to take that leap for like an IT role, especially when it's probably going to pay me a little bit less. And I'm just like, like, that's why it's tough. That's why part of me really wants to kind of just like leave this area, like where I'm living, move somewhere else, because then it's going to force me to kind of let go of this job security and really pursue what I want to pursue. Because the more that I wait, it's like, eventually I'm gonna get too comfortable and just never leave the job I'm at, because at some point I'm gonna hit a dollar amount that I'm not going to make in IT just starting. Like I would have to wait maybe like a year or two to finally hit that, or I wouldn't say a year or two, I'll say like a year to finally hit that number, because I stayed at this job for so damn long. I'm like, no, don't do that to myself, because I'm just gonna trap myself and I'm gonna screw myself and regret it. So I've been thinking about ultimately like probably moving to either a different state to kind of force myself to let go, but we'll see. So look into building you a small home server that will teach you a lot along the way of building it. No, yes, man. That's definitely something that I am, I'm currently not looking into it right now, but it is something that I do plan on doing in the future, especially for, since I do want to become a network engineer. But as of right now, I'm kind of really focused on studying for the certification. I feel like I don't want to put too much focus on what the actual work is going to be like yet, since I don't really have much time in my day to do that. So I'm just like, it's either I kind of get the certification or I learn what it is to actually do on the job. And I know it's probably best to learn what the actual job is, especially because some people get the job without certifications. But I'm kind of like, I've been iffy on that. I haven't really been I've been trying to learn on-job stuff, and then I kind of stopped at the same time. So it's really iffy. I don't have much time in my day to do all of it. So I would have to really pick one. So after A+, are you going for Network Plus or CCNA? I plan to get Network Plus only because I do want to go for the WGU IT degree, and they're going to force me to take it anyway. So I feel like I'd rather take it now, just so I could drop whatever class comes with that. So my goal is to kind of try to stack all the certifications that the WGU IT degree is going to make me have to get. And I'm going to take them beforehand so I could drop at least 20 classes. Because the course I'm going to be going for is 42 classes. So if I drop 20, that pretty much, and then I do the Sophia classes, that pretty much is going to make me be halfway through my degree already. So I should be able to get my full degree instead of 4 years and a year and a half, maybe even less if I'm able to put more time into it. So I'm like, hey, that's gonna be dope as hell. Says, yeah, I work in cybersecurity in a tech hub in Seattle, super competitive market. All tech companies are here and they are hiring from other countries more than anything. No, yeah, man, that's crazy. Yeah, because I was looking at Seattle too, because I was looking at like which areas seem to offer the most like jobs, at least entry level, just because that's what I'm currently looking for, so I can get my foot through the door. And what I've noticed is that I think I've seen Seattle do it. I think I've seen Virginia do it as well, or yeah, unless, wait, hold on, was it Virginia or was it Texas? Let me see. I think it might have been, I'm just gonna look it up real quick. Give me a second. I'm not sure. Hold on. Yeah, I think it was Virginia, and then I believe there was Texas also had a good amount for entry level positions, but it depends on which part of Texas you're kind of in. And then there was even like so many other like states that I was looking that have a lot of like entry levels, and I was like, I wouldn't mind going to a specific state to do a specific entry level job. Probably stay there for like a year, maybe 2, and then use that experience to go to a different state for more of a higher role. I'm like, why not? I'm young, I could do it. So I'm just that's kind of been what I've been thinking about. says +1 for the home server. That is the best way to learn. Learning by doing. No, 100%, man. Says Tim says that's a lot of classes. LOL. No, yes, I know it's gonna be a lot, but I'm definitely like down to do it because I know that WGU is a 42 courses. I know WGU partners with this website called Sophia, and in Sophia you're able to knock out, I think, like 10 or 11 ish, I want to say, what is it called, like prerequisites or I don't know, I think it's called prerequisites, or the general education side, and you're able to knock out like 10 to 11 of those courses. So boom, all that gets gone. It's not even proctored either. So I've seen people on TikTok talking about they passed in because it's open book studying, so you could literally open book whatever pass your test. I've seen people talking about that they've literally passed all 10 of their classes in like 2 to 3 days, just because it's open book. You can just take the damn quiz or whatever. So I'm just like, oh damn, that's crazy as hell. And then, so they drop about 10 of their classes doing that. And then obviously a lot of them already have their certifications. I don't have my certifications yet. So for me, it's going to take some time. But for them, a lot of them already had their certifications. So when they had those certifications, they were able to drop like another like 10 to 12 classes. But most of the time though, they actually went for their bachelor's. I'm trying to go for the accelerated program that has bachelor's and master's. So I've seen like multiple people who did it for their bachelor's. And if you do it for your bachelor's, you, instead of having 20 classes left, I think you would have like 15 or 16 classes left. And those classes are a lot more easier to kind of drop and get that done. So there's some people who've got the degree in like 6 months just because they dropped all those they did all that studying previously and they dropped all those classes. And then I've seen people, this other dude who, he also did the same thing where he got his master's and bachelor's, but he did his in 6 months. I'm like, that's crazy. So even though he said he dropped around like 20, 25 classes. I'm like, that's still crazy to have about like 19-ish classes left. And I think 4 of them were bridge classes. And then the next 6 are for your master's. For you to drop all of that and do that, or not drop it, sorry. For him to do all of that in 6 months was crazy. I was like, that boy must have been like studying full time. Because that's why I'm giving myself a year and a half. I'm like, I'm not going to be able to study full time to do all that. So I'm like, nah. I'm like, a year and a half I should hopefully. But that obviously not starting now. That would be when I'm probably going to enroll maybe halfway through 2027, so I'll let you guys know. I'll be documenting the whole entire thing. Hopefully I have my certs by then. It says, I just learned it building games and setting up small companies. No, yes, definitely. Because I actually feel like I know enough to do an actual on-job position. Because obviously the studying for the certifications, it's like you're probably never even going to use, or maybe even you might use like a little bit of things that come from the certifications or that come from like the degree. And then you might use like a little bit of that or maybe some of it for, the actual job setting. So I always tell people, I know enough to do the actual job. I just currently, like I said, around my area, I'm too stuck at my stable job. I need something that is going to force me to let go of it, because it's just so damn stable and it just wouldn't be smart to do that. It like leaving a stable job to go to an IT job that they could just fire me like this is going to mess me up. Like, I'm gonna be like, damn. So I feel like for me, I need to be more strategic about it. And that's why like something I do want to do is kind of, well, I'm gonna explain this one later in the future because I'm going to document that as a separate series. But there's this thing that I plan to do that I'm going to it's literally called like the overtime cheat. That's what I'm going to call it. Because I'm shocked that people don't do it. But it's not necessarily at your job. It's like you just go for this certain certification, this certain thing. And it's like a 3-month course. You take this 3-month course. You immediately go from that 3-month course to working in this position, which I'm not going to mention yet. You work in that position and you're allowed to basically work in that position once a day. Wait, hold on. Because I'm going to say this wrong. You're able to work in that position 1 day out of the week. So I would literally call that unlimited overtime. Because you're able to choose more days. But if you're already working a current job, it's kind of like you're not going to want to do most of the days. So you would be able to choose 1 day out of the week, work that position for 12 hours. And then basically now you're making what? You might make $400 to $300 extra. So it's not that much extra, but it's something. You know what I mean? That's basically what you're doing on overtime. You're only making a couple $100 extra. for the week, depending on how much hours you do. So I'm like, that's kind of what I want to do so I could feel more confident in jumping to an IT role and then be able to do that, basically that other job at the same time and kind of balance the pay just in case. Because I'm too afraid to leave my current job because I make like pretty decent money here and it's just stable. Like you can't get fired and they have constant overtime. So I'm like, if I leave this position for something that's not going to do that, bruh, I'm gonna be pissed. I'm literally gonna be pissed. He said, I feel like you're overthinking this a bit. The most important quality for an IT person is learning new stuff. You do all that every day and work hard. They will be happy hiring you. No, definitely. I'm not saying that they wouldn't hire me. I'm saying that I make a certain amount at this certain job, and I know I look young, or well, I am young. Sorry, I'm 22 years old, but I do have an apartment and I do have a car and I have bills that need to be paid. So in my head, it's like if I'm going for an IT job that I know is gonna pay me a little bit less than what I'm making at this current job. And like I said, at this current job, it has overtime. So yes, I'm making a certain number, but it feels like I'm making a bigger number because obviously I have a bunch of overtime. So I'm just like, I'm not sure if I would be able to basically maintain everything that I have working in an IT role that isn't going to pay as much, if that makes sense. So I would need to really like, ultimately get that second position, that second thing that I'm planning to go for eventually to kind of balance that in a way of when I'm going to need it or not. But that's basically the way I'm explaining it. I don't know how to, I feel like, is it coming out correctly? Am I saying it weird? What is up, Valor? What is up? I don't know if it's coming out correctly, but yeah, I don't know. I feel like I said, what I'm currently getting paid plus that overtime is really shooting my dollar amount up by hourly. So I'm like, if I'm going to leave that, I better have something that's going to ultimately pay me that same hourly. You know what I mean? Like, and I know IT support, especially if I'm getting into an entry level position, it's not going to be nowhere close unless they're giving me overtime in this IT job. But most of the time, they're probably not going to give you overtime. Even so it's like, I'll be kind of screwed, which is why I'm probably going to have to do that second thing that's going to like kind of balance it out for when I need it. Obviously, I don't need it like all the time, but for when it's like possible, I could do it. I'm like, ooh. That's why it's kind of hard to leave this current job, man. I'm like, I'm 22 making like a certain amount just because of that overtime. I'm like, brother, if I cut that out, I'm done. I'm done. He said, the way I understand it is that you might be a bit underwater if the IT job is not paying enough in the beginning. Well, yeah, basically, like, I think I would be fine. Ultimately, like, I could do it, but I just feel like I don't know how to explain it because I know I would be fine because there's times like where right now my current job has actually been cutting overtime drastically and I'm chilling. So it's not like the overtime is what keeps me afloat. I just think it's what keeps me comfortable. You know what I mean? Because it's like I'm able to save here. I'm able to do this, pay for everything. But if I'm like kind of not having the overtime, it's like I could still save and I could still pay for everything, but things would be a little bit tighter because I live like 100% within my means. So I'm just like, if I were to go for an IT role that doesn't pay that much and then it's not offering that overtime, I would like, things will be a lot more tighter and I feel like I wouldn't like that. That wouldn't be too comfortable for me. I would like, it literally, if I just had an extra 200 to 300 from what an IT job would pay me, I would be set. It's literally, that's all I would need. An extra 200 to 300. So that's why I'm kind of like, it's just iffy because the ones around me are not paying that much. Like they're trying to pay like 19, 20 an hour. I'm like, that's not gonna work. Says the way I understand, it says IT support specialist near Atlanta here. I make 67K. I got an A plus and Net plus. Take the CCNA in 2 weeks. Hey, that's what's up, man. That's actually pretty dope because, like I said, the ones around me are nowhere near that. I think the ones around me are like maybe like 45 to 50. I think it's like 45 to 50 are the ones around me. Obviously, though, if you stayed in the company and you kind of like stayed there a little bit, you probably would get paid a little bit more. But the ones around me, which I'm surprised though, because I live in a high cost of living state, they do not pay like that. I don't know why. It's tripping. It is tripping. But I do know though that in IT you could eventually make more. Like eventually you could make 67K, you could make 80K, you could make 100K. I'm just saying, as of right now, being in this specific state and to immediately jump from my current job to that job, like across the street, it ain't gonna work for me. Which is why I kind of want to, I kind of want to move because I feel like nothing would make me feel comfortable to leave my current job unless I'm forced, which is why I'm thinking about like moving to a different state or something, because like if it forces me to let go of this stableness and the security and this comfortableness, I'm kind of like, I would literally be able to do it, because then from there I have nothing left. Like I might as well do it, especially because I'm 22. I don't know, but I move like I'm older. That's the problem, because the current job that I'm working at too, like it has benefits. It has TSP. It has the 401k. I've already been working here for 3 years. It has the retirement. So it makes me feel comfortable, bro. I'm like, yo, I'm feeling too damn comfortable, but I gotta allow myself to kind of just let go. So usually IT has enough to do though. Maybe you can ask for overtime. Yeah, maybe. We'll have to see. Because every job is different. My first help desk role was a 44k. I stayed for 11 months and switched to another help desk for 65. Hey, that's what's up, man. And they offer overtime and it's hourly instead of salary. Oh, okay. So that's pretty dope, bro. You found yourself a good little job right there. Says you can also make a lot on call once you have some IT skills, but that is not for beginners. Says look into broad repair, fix consoles and whatnot on the side and make around 3 to 4k a month. Hey, that's what's up, man. That is what's up. So yeah, I definitely would have to definitely have to look into those things, because those are some things that I'm 100% interested in. It's just obviously I would have to be studying, or not studying, sorry, but busting my ass. But that's why, like I said, like with the entry level role, I need something to kind of force me to go take it. But yeah, I was gonna say, as of right now though, I'm doing pretty good with what I currently have. That's why my goal is I do want to internally transfer at this current job, because they do offer a lot more for an entry level position. But with the way I'm feeling, like I feel like I kind of just want to go to a different state. Like literally, like the other dude said, I have a feeling that if I keep waiting on my job to offer an internal position, I could have, like he said, how he worked at his first help desk role for like 11 months and then switched into a higher pay. That's literally what I've been thinking. I'm like, I know if I did that and I finally got experience, then I would be able to get paid pretty much relatively the same on where I've given, what the hell? Pretty much the same on where I've been getting paid now. So I'm just kind of like, I should pretty much do that, but I just feel like being in this state and being next to the job that I would be leaving, it like is gonna tug at something in my heart. I'll be like, no, like, but that's why I need to get away from it. I think it has me comfortable, especially knowing that there's so many different positions in the job too that I could just take. It just makes you comfortable. But I know that IT in the end, the more that you grow in IT, the more pay you'll get, especially when you specialize, you know, because I do want to eventually become a network engineer. And getting into network engineering, you could get paid pretty damn good in network engineering as well. But so it's kind of like, it really just depends on, you know, when I finally get into it, man. But I just can't wait. I can't wait. It says, could you maybe do IT at your current business? Maybe ask the IT people there. Oh yeah. Well, I just mentioned that now. Like I would have to wait for there to be an internal transfer. And there was one in a different state and I didn't end up taking it, which was crazy though. But it was in a different state and it was literally an entry-level position for $80,000 a year. I was like, damn. And I was like, but I just didn't want to move there because it was across the whole literally across the whole state. And it would have been like last minute. I'm like, nah, like I can't really apply. And I probably wouldn't have got it either. There's so much people who could see that application. But I was like, even if I got it, like I would have said no, because it's just too, it would have been so far. Cause I damn sure don't want to, oh, I said across the state, my fault, across the country. I'm like, I damn sure don't want to move across the country. Like, that's crazy. I can move in the middle, but I'm not going across. I don't want to be in a whole nother time zone. Like that ain't, well, the middle is a different time zone, but you know what I mean. It's closer to where my whole family's at. I don't want to be too far now. For some reason I can't see the rest of the messages. I'm gonna have to look up here. So yeah, the job I got now is cool, but I'm trying to go higher. No, definitely, man. That's what I'm saying. Like that's literally like the way, Valor, you're doing it. That's exactly like how I want to do it. And I think just me having this attachment to my current job is scaring me from doing that. Literally scaring me from doing that. And it's not like I said, it's not like I would be struggling financially. I just think I'm afraid to make that leap. And then let's say I don't really grow in IT, or let's say IT is kind of like not my thing or whatever. What if I find out, damn, maybe IT isn't for me or something? Like just anything. Like I don't know. I'm always like thinking of stuff like that. And it's like, well then what if that's the case and I just left this job that would have been paying me way more and now I got to think of a different route. You know what I mean? I think that's my biggest fear, like failing, pretty much failing. But I think, once I 100% like move, because I really am like 100% considering moving to a different state either by this year or next year. And I'm just like, once I do that, man, it's up. Because once I lose this attachment to this job and I stop caring like about that and I'm able to really pursue my IT dream, I'm like, brother, I'm going. Like, from there, it's up. And I think it's definitely going to work. I think it's definitely going to work, but I'm just going to have to, just be consistent, of course, just continue learning, be more positive, right? I gotta have faith, that things are gonna work. But it's just tough because that's why I always said I wish when I was younger, I didn't necessarily get into this job. And my brother told me the same thing because he also works at this job. And he was like telling me, he was like, I think you should finish college or pursue something else. Like, don't come to this job because the way that it's gonna pay you, especially for not having a degree and stuff, he was like, it's gonna make you feel comfortable. And I was like, bro, that's not gonna happen. Like, I'm young, I know I can do other things. Then I stayed for 3 years and I'm like, I'm kind of comfortable. Like, I'm comfortable as hell. So I'm like, damn, he was right. Which is why I think I need to make that move sooner than later. Because if I continue to wait and I don't detach from this job, I'm just gonna stay. I'm gonna stay, and that's something I don't want to do. Since you got LinkedIn, I'll add you. No, I do not have LinkedIn. I don't like to use LinkedIn, or not use it. I don't like to tell people my LinkedIn because I don't like people knowing my full name. I feel like I've noticed some YouTubers who like have gotten into issues like that. Like, I know I'm not a big YouTuber, but I've learned and seen some YouTubers get into issues like that. So when they see people's full names and stuff, they're able to find out where they live, what they're doing, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, yikes. So I don't really want people, I don't like to give people my LinkedIn, but I do have one, and I do have to continue to update it though. But like I said, I'm currently not looking for a job. Because none of the hours even match my job either. I do work one of the worst hours in this warehouse job. It's one of the worst. So every IT job literally falls into my work hours. So even if I wanted to balance 2 jobs, even if it was a remote job, I would have to be working into my current job's hours. So I'm just like, I've ultimately screwed myself regardless. I've screwed myself regardless. Unless I find a part-time role, which I have been looking, but there's not that much like part-time roles. Definitely not that much, or especially part-time, either remote and or part-time like around me. They always want someone full-time, and it's always 7 to 3. I'm like, brother, could we please get like a 6 to 2 or something? Like, I just need something because it's going right into my next job. Like, come on. It's crap. But that's why I keep saying my current job is my downfall from actually pursuing an IT job in a way. Because I'm just so afraid to like fumble that. But I know eventually I'm gonna do it. I just think I want to get my CompTIA A plus first. And I want to do, because I do have VirtualBox, I do have Virtual Machine, and I do a lot of like IT labs, I guess is what you would call it, like where I'm kind of doing things that I know an IT help desk specialist would do. And I do that pretty often, so I could get like used to it in a way. Even though I'm not necessarily using Active Directory, it's kind of similar when you do it in the like local folders and stuff like that. So I'm trying to learn a bunch of like IT things like that. I've been trying to work on the way I'm talking because, of course, a lot of the entry-level roles is going to be me answering phone calls and trying to help people over the phone and stuff like that. So I've been trying to really like work on like my skills in the IT environment, but looking for an actual role as of right now wouldn't be the case. I do have to wait a little bit, because I just can't leave my current job. It just wouldn't make sense. It would not make sense until, unless like I move or something, I feel like. Says, see, I'm in ATL and I won't even take a fully on-site job no more. Once you go hybrid or remote, you don't want to go back. Traffic's too bad for that fully on-site stuff. No, yeah, man. No, yeah, it's crazy. But I've already kind of like, I feel like I kind of already have a state in mind, especially because they offer so much entry-level positions. So I already kind of have a state in mind of where I'm going. And, you know, when I tell y'all I'm doing something, like, I'm gonna do it. Like, unless, like, a family tragedy happens or something, I'm definitely moving. And, like, I kind of already have the state and where I'm gonna go. And because I just know it's gonna force me to let go of my current role. Because if I stay here, man, there's nothing in me that's gonna let go. Like, and I've seen so many IT jobs around me, and I I can't do it. I just don't have it in me to let go of it. I need to feel like forced to. And I feel like if I move to a different state, I'm forced. I got to. So it's kind of like, that's pretty much my goal. And I already know the state I'm going to in a way. Well, there's two I'm in consideration of, but I want to go to a specific one. They offer so many IT roles, and a lot of the IT roles that are on site are like 20 to 30 minutes away from where I would want to go be and live at. So I'm like, it wouldn't be too bad. I know the traffic isn't bad unless you're going to a specific area, which I'm hoping I don't land a job there. But if I did, then I'm screwed. But other than that, I've kind of just been thinking about this lately. Because I really want to start my IT journey as in what I'm actually going to do for the role. But trust me, I am getting a lot of hands-on experience. I just currently have been focused on studying for the CompTIA A+. But a lot of my hands-on experience has generally been specifically for like what I would do in a IT specialist role or in a help desk position. Eventually I do plan on, like, when I get to Core 1, I do plan on buying a PC, which you guys will literally end up seeing that video or those videos. I was going to do it in January, but I started studying for Core 2, so that kind of backtracked everything. So whenever I start studying for Core 1 again, I'm going to buy a PC, I'm going to open it up, break it apart, put it back together, show y'all everything that I'm learning. That is going to be hands-on, and then of course eventually we can get to like home labs or home servers and things like that, especially because I want to be a network engineer. But so far I'm going to focus more on the IT side of things, because I doubt even if I have a good amount of network knowledge, I think they're still going to want me to have like IT experience or IT support specialist experience, desktop support, whatever the hell type of support experience. So I'm just like, let me kind of focus on my skills there, because I don't know too much about computers, y'all. So that's why I'm also trying to really focus on more of like, yeah, I'm getting hands-on with virtual machine and learning those type of things, but I'm also doing a good amount of studying because I don't know nothing about a computer. So this is really someone who just started like 85 days ago. So the stuff that I do know now is simply the stuff I've been studying and getting my hands on with. So remote is the way to go. I'm about to go into AI machine learning here in Memphis. Elon, you put? Elon, setting up data centers everywhere. Hey, that's what's up, man. No, yeah, definitely AI machine learning is, well, is AI machine learning, is that learning AI automation? Is that the same thing? Because I know that that was something I really wanted to get into, was learning about automation or AI automation. Specifically because I was looking at, okay, I want to be a network engineer or a cloud engineer. But then I was looking at, you know, how we're going to end up having so much AI tools anyway. I was kind of like, what would be the similar type of role as in network engineering or cloud engineering to a AI machine, since obviously that's going to be taking over. And I think they told me that it would be like AI automation. I'm not sure if that's the same as AI machine learning, but if it is, that's literally exactly what I plan on getting into. So it's kind of like inevitable, because I do know that if I do chase any and specialize in any of these IT roles, I do know that I would get paid way more than what I'm getting paid now. But it's kind of scary because I'm getting paid something good now to then have to backtrack to knowing like, yes, eventually you're going to get forward again, but that's still a scary step to know that you're going to have to take a major step back, major step back to then take a huge step forward. I'm like, it's scary. It's scary, but it's definitely something I have to kind of push myself through and just kind of have faith in God. But I know some people are able to make those type of decisions because, you know, they probably didn't have to rely on themselves. Like, that's something that I don't know if some of you guys are here for, but I'm someone who genuinely has to rely on myself. Like, I don't have nobody to be able to really help me or like support me when I'm like doing any of those things. So in my head, it's like, I really have to make sure that when I'm taking this step back, that it's strategical and that it is going to be a huge step forward, or maybe a step back to what I'm getting paid here. You know what I mean? Because it's a step forward to what I'm getting paid here, just because I don't have that ability. I wish I did, because if I did, trust me, I would have been took this leap. Like, if I was still able to live, like if my dad was still alive and I was still able to live with him and I knew he would cover the bills and he would do all that, trust me, I would have been working towards this IT stuff, because there's no point. He would have been paying everything. I would have probably gave him stuff for rent, but he would have never charged me more than like $300 to $400, maybe even less actually, and we would have been chilling. You know what I mean? But knowing that you rely on yourself, like, and you know every month you got to spend maybe over $1,000, it's like that's tough. it's tough. You gotta make sure you're getting paid good and shit. Like, you can't afford to take a step back. But like, you could, but you want to make sure you're taking that step forward later. Says you'll learn some automation in the CCNA. Okay, so that's good. Assuming you will go that route since you are going towards network engineer title. No, yes. I plan on, oh, I think I forgot to answer you when you asked me that. I plan on getting my A+, my network plus, security plus, CCNA. I think I'm going for the ITIL. I want to go for the Linux plus, cloud plus. And remember, the only reason why I'm going for all these is because this is inside of the WGU degree. So I'm not just going for these for no reason. Oh, and then I would need to go for the AWS cloud thing as well. But this is literally all inside of the WGU degree. So when you get these certs before going for that degree, all the classes drop. I know sometimes I tell people the certs I'm getting, and then they're like, well, why are you getting that? You don't need to do that. You don't need to do this. I'm just like, please understand me. I just want to drop courses so I can get my degree in like a year. That's it. That's it, man. But no, yeah. But I think I got it. I just think ultimately I know in the end I'm going to do it, and I know in the end I'm going to pursue it. But just understand that there's just a lot of fear behind it, of course, because it is a scary thing to do when you are relying on yourself, and knowing that you would have to take a step back financially to then take a step forward, and, kind of being afraid because a lot of people talk about, some people have differing opinions on the job market. I obviously haven't been trying to get a job in IT, so I can't tell you what my opinion is on it. But some people say the job market is high. Some people say it's not. So it's a little bit scary hearing the people say that it's not, and that the job market is very competitive, right? Like, it's hard to hear those things because if I know I'm gonna be leaving this current job to take a step back, and you're kind of basically, telling me it's gonna be very hard to take that step forward again, I'm like, it kind of makes me want to stay where I'm at because it's iffy. We said, okay, didn't know you were going to WGU. I got a bachelor's in IT. Get it for free through Walmart. Got it for free through Walmart. Hey, that's what's up, man. That's pretty damn dope. No, yes, I want to go to WGU. I'm going to do the accelerated program to get the bachelor's and master's at the same time. And hopefully I would be able to get that within a year and a half. But it's going to take me, of course, getting all these certs, passing all the classes in Sophia. And then I could definitely finish the degree in a year and a half. So that's something I'm shooting for. But I do plan on, like I said, doing that in the middle of 2027. But I do gotta let go of this, fear, man. But, I've been praying on it because I already have a state in mind. So I've really been just praying on it and asking God to, guide me and to lead me. And that basically to just let me know, is this going to be a good decision? Is this a bad decision? Basically to just be there with me. I'll take, if I feel like I got confirmation from God, brother, I'm taking the step. But how sometimes us humans, we could really try to make our lives into what we want our life to be. And I always have to remember that God has a plan for us. And so I'm kind of just trying to see, is this his plan? Should I take this leap, or is this going to be something where I'm actually blocking my blessing that God had for me because I decided to do something that I was trying to do, basically, or what I wanted. So I'm always trying to allow God to lead me in those directions, especially because there's so much anxiety and fear behind it, and it's general fear. It's I feel like with the way that everything is, it makes sense for me to be this nervous about it. But I'm not so nervous to where it's not going to happen. I'm just letting y'all know how I feel because I'm human, right? And I want you guys to know that I have the same thoughts as you guys may have had or are currently having. And those are just some of the things that I'm currently just feeling, currently going through. But no matter what, I'm still going to be pursuing this journey. I've always been someone where if I put my mind to something, I'm going to do it. If I tell you I'm going to do it, that's why I even say it online all the time. Because when I say it online, I know it's bound to happen. So I'm just very I just know it's gonna happen. I'm just letting y'all know how I feel. You know what I'm saying? But I know I'm gonna get my CompTIA A+. I know I'm gonna get all those certs. I know I'm gonna get the degree. I know I'm gonna land a, IT help desk position. I know I'm gonna get into network engineering. I'm very confident in my ability and in my discipline and in my confidence, and even though I am telling you how I'm a little bit scared, so my confidence might seem a little low, but trust me, my confidence is still up there. It's got general fear, man, but at the end of the day, I know I'm gonna do well. I'm so happy to be having this community along with me, having all y'all even be talking to me, even trying to make me feel comfortable. Like, thank y'all so much, because y'all words are definitely super encouraging, especially for someone who is genuinely in fear of change and in new things and stuff like that. And y'all are super encouraging, man. Thank y'all. So, I personally don't know if it's very competitive. I think the entry level part is pretty hard. I can tell you that when I applied after having that 11-month experience compared to none was a big difference. I got a lot more callbacks in the second time around when applying. Yeah, that's always what I've heard too, is like it's the initial step into tech that is difficult. But that's why part of me was thinking, like, if I'm going to be moving to a different state, I believe I'm going to try and apply to an IT job, of course, before I move to that state. I think that's obviously going to be the safest route, because why move and leave this job and leave everything behind if I don't even have a position out there to begin with? So I feel like I'm going to apply first. Once I land the role, I'm probably going to go down there maybe like a month or 2 weeks before, depending on when I get it, before I even really move down there, because I have enough money to kind of just be there, that not really needing an apartment yet. But then eventually getting an apartment would be the next step. But I think my goal is to try and get that position first. And then once I have it, ultimately just be willing to learn, be really driven, just, put my all into that role, because I also don't want them to like fire me. And the reason why I'm so nervous about that too is, like, I know it's strange, but like I said, my current job stability, you cannot get fired. Like, I've seen people miss work for a year or 2 years and be able to come back and still have a job. So it's like, I've never worried about getting fired. It's never even been a thought. So it's like, now knowing that I would be in a job, and I know every other job kind of is like that, but to me it's something different, is knowing that they could fire me if I am underperforming, or they could fire me if I am missing days. Not that I would miss days or underperform, but just knowing that is a little bit scary. But it's okay. I'm still willing to take that leap, even though I'm telling you all my fears. Don't take it like I'm not gonna do it, because I feel like sometimes when you're like a content creator, especially through, like, I remember like doing through my YouTube shorts when I used to make that type of content, is like, I'm still human. So I feel like at the end of the day, I'm gonna have fears, I'm gonna feel scared, I'm gonna feel sad, I'm gonna feel happy, I'm gonna feel confident. Those are gonna be things that I'm gonna be feeling. And normally when I say what I'm feeling, I feel like people tend to take it like, oh, they're not gonna do it, or like, oh, blah blah blah. It's like, nah, I'm just letting y'all know. This is very much something that is going to happen, and I can't wait to be taking y'all along the way. Genuinely can't wait, because man, we're gonna be doing so much different things. I just feel like as of right now, it's kind of hard to really document my hands-on content, because I feel like when I do stuff in virtual machine, it's kind of quick. So it's like, how would you make that into a video, especially when you don't have much time to study in any way, and then you have to go to work. So it's like, it's so hard to do like long form content and make it super like quality filled. But the live streams are great though. I love talking to y'all and just talking about everything. And I'm just happy to be getting some freelance IT experience, y'all, because I do have a good amount of freelance IT experience. So do you feel like you have a good work ethic? I think as long as you are showing up to work, you'll be fine. Okay. Yeah, I 100% think I have a good work ethic. I always believe in working hard, of course, because I know that I know I'm the type of person to kind of always bring it back to God. I know some people don't like when I do that, but I was gonna say, but I know God wants us to be hard workers. So I feel like my work ethic is always up there. Like, I always try to just stay and really bust like crazy. Go crazy. Oh, damn, that pause. So I was nervous when I first started, but they teach you what to do, and you don't gotta know everything. No, facts. Definitely, man. Definitely. Oh my goodness. But I'm just very happy to be along this path, man. And even starting with web dev, because I was just thinking like some skills that I've ended up getting. And I don't really want to say it was web dev by itself, but I think it was like making YouTube content as well. As I feel like if I never started documenting any part of my journey with web dev and or IT and just being consistent, like at the time I was posting every single day. Now I come on live every day, but I don't post YouTube videos every day. But I remember I used to be like daily. And it forced me to just be super disciplined in learning, especially when I didn't want to. So I feel like me getting that skill of discipline through making content and stuff like that, like, because I know some people who will say, oh, I'm getting this certification, but then it takes them so long because they're just not as disciplined to like really focus and get it done. So I'm just super happy that with this YouTube channel, it kind of taught me that, of course. And then I think, my main job definitely built that work ethic in me, because at my main job, it's a warehouse job, so you already know. Like, even though it still has that stability, it doesn't mean that I'm sitting there, like, slacking or anything. Especially because I work in my main job on one of the worst areas, meaning it just has a lot of work. So I'm like, my work ethic is up there. I be showing up every day. I be doing my thing. So I'm just like, I think I would do pretty well in an IT environment. I think genuinely it's just, just general fear that I have, that it makes sense, especially knowing that you are going to backtrack to try and boost forward. But at the end of the day, if I want to pursue a job in this field, that's just something that I would have to do. And it's okay. I'm super young, and it's not even like, and something I always try to remind myself to feel comfortable with knowing that I'm going to be leaving this current job is that, granted, when I come back to the current job, they're not going to be paying me the same way that I was getting paid, because it's a warehouse job, right? That's not what they're going to do. But there are positions in there where you could get paid even more than what I would have been getting paid. And I just didn't go that route, because I know if I did go that route, I'm never touching IT. Because if I go that route, they're literally going to pay me perfectly fine. There would be no reason to ever pursue anything else. So I'm like, let me not pursue that, because I do want to get into IT very bad. So in my head, it's kind of like, I know how to get back to that job. And if IT really didn't work at all, I would just get back to that job, go to that certain position, and just stay there. You know what I mean? So I'm always trying to remind myself that I do have a backup plan that is going to pay very well and build hella experience, and things would be fine for that role if I decided to get into that role. And that's like the only thing I got to remember to keep myself confident is like, if you have to go back there because, that's just kind of where you can make good money, it's not embarrassing. At the end of the day, you took a leap. You're young. You took a leap to try and pursue something else. And there's nothing embarrassing about having to go back, especially if you're going to go back and go to a position that's going to is going to be a different position anyway. So that's kind of the best way for me to make myself feel confident about taking this leap. It's not going to be much of a difference in pay. Or it would be actually a major difference, because by the time I go back, I'll be getting paid more. So I'm like, I just gotta, just stay confident, man. Stay confident and just do it. So your journey sounds like mine. I worked in Walmart for 4 years unloading trucks, but I stayed because it was a free degree. I graduated and had my A+, was applying and got a job in 3 months. Hey, that's what's up, man. That's what's up. But that's why also, too, I don't want to move until I get my A+. But I know some jobs, they don't really care whether you have your A+ or not. But there's other jobs, or a lot more jobs that do care. So I'm just kind of like, I want to get my A+, and hopefully once I get that A+ and I start applying, I hope I get it before it's time for me to like move and stuff. But like I said, I'm not moving until I land a position, because there's no reason for me to go to a whole nother state if I didn't land no damn IT position in that state. Ain't no way. Trust me, I ain't going nowhere until I land a damn position. So I have something else. So I did start, by the way, with A+ went from 14 an hour to 32 in less than 2 years. Just stay the course. You got this. No, definitely, man. I have a feeling that it's going to go well for me. I 100% do have a feeling it's going to go well for me. I just need to not worry. Not worry. But I know I just will never worry enough to where I don't try it. At the end of the day, I'm going to try it. If it doesn't work out, I know where to go to get paid pretty decent. So it's like, there's no worry there. But yeah, so I did start with the CompTIA A+, and I feel like the reason why I did start with the A+ is just because I feel like the A+ is obviously more broader, and I feel like I just wanted to kind of get the A+ done in that way. Because it is more broader, it covers more of the basics of a computer, and I don't really know too much of the basics, so it's kind of like I would need to learn this stuff anyway. So why not just go and get the CompTIA A+ with that? And then, of course, everyone knows about Network Plus. So I'm trying to be a networking engineer and stuff like that. So I just feel like, just starting with A+ specifically is hopefully going to be good. I know some people who went to CCNA first, and it's not like I couldn't do that. Because I know, like I said, I'm like quite book smart. So I'm not saying that I would get it like this, but you give me something to go study on, and I just have to like take a couple of notes, take a couple of practice questions. Like I feel like I wouldn't get it like quickly. I'm not trying to say it like that, but I don't think I would need to actually build like a lab to be like, let me pass this CCNA. I would need the lab to be able to do the work at a job, but to pass the actual certification, I think I would do well in the studying aspect of things. But for me, I don't know, I just prefer getting my A+, and I feel like, why not? I might as well. But I just can't wait, man. But currently, though, I am going to tell you guys when I do plan on looking for an IT role. And for me, I'm hoping, like I said, it would be after I get my A+, and I'm hoping I would get my A+ sometime before August, hopefully. And so I'm thinking if I can get my A+ sometime before August, my goal would be to immediately start applying, like, right then and there. You said, does WGU cover all exam costs? It technically does, because you're paying for it in the tuition fee in a way. So it's not like you have to pay tuition fee and exam costs. No, you would just pay your tuition fee, but I'm pretty sure that fee is what they're probably using to pay for the exams. But I plan to get the exams before WGU, because even though they technically would cover it, I just want to make sure that I would prefer to drop the classes than to have them just cover it. You know what I mean? Like, I would rather the classes just be dropped, because, for instance, CCNA, if you have your CCNA, you could drop, I think, 3 networking classes. If you have your Cloud Plus and Linux Plus, you could drop 2 to 3-ish classes just off of that. And I'm like, I know they're going to cover it, but I would rather my classes be dropped. Money for me really isn't an issue in that sense. I feel like I already know that I could afford it and afford all, like, I already added up all the certifications I wanted to get. And I think it's probably roughly around like 8,000 in total, or roughly around 10,000. And I'm like, that's not too bad. Like, I was thinking it was going to be way more. And that's if I pass on a retake. Some of them, I don't think you're able to get a retake. So I would have to really be confident and, like, make sure, I'm passing, because ain't no way I want to spend another, 200, 300 to just retake a test. But yeah, for me, for A+, I think Core 2 and Core 1, they both have retake clauses, and they're both $316. So you add that together, basically around, 640 or 650. That's not too bad. I feel like, for me, like, when it comes to expenses like that, I feel like that's not too bad. I could, of course, afford that. I think when it comes to, just what I'm making monthly compared to what my bills are, I think that's where I'm kind of, like, at. But when it comes to, like, those things, I could 100% afford that. Like, that's never an issue. I'm just afraid to take that backtrack, knowing that I have to pay my damn bills. Like, knowing that I have to pay my damn bills, that I was comfortable, making a couple more than what basically, like, a good couple hundreds, that more than what I, had to, well, not even, actually, I was making, like, probably, like, 1,000 something more than I had to, like, spend monthly. So it was like, to know that I would be taking that step back and probably only make like 300 more than I would have to spend monthly, or maybe 400 or 500 more. I'm like, it's not that much of a step back, but it's something, when you're able to have like an extra 1,000 something a month just because your bills don't really cover that. It's like, it feels good. It feels good. But to only have an extra like 300 to 500 is like, that's why I'm afraid to take that step back to the IT realm. But I think I'm going to be perfectly fine, especially because I do plan on getting the, I almost said what it was, but doing that 3-month thing to work in this certain field and be able to do like part-time there. Once a week, and basically it would literally, if I work part-time there, it would literally pay me exactly what I get paid at my current job while working the IT job and then doing part-time at this other place. So I'm just like, I'm gonna be up either way. Like, well, not either way, but I'm gonna be getting paid the same either way. That's why part of me is like, why am I so afraid to let go if I'm able to be working 5 days at this IT job, work 1 day out of that week at this other place, and pretty much still get paid the exact same that I'm getting paid now. You know what I mean? You said, I failed Network Plus on the first try, came back in 2 weeks and passed, was pissed. I had to pay twice. CCNA is $375 with a retake voucher. Gonna get my job to cover this one. Okay. No, yeah, actually, that's pretty dope that you have a job that will cover it, though. That is pretty dope. Because, that's actually pretty damn dope. I wonder, well, obviously I would have to see if, like, I would have to be in, like, a damn IT position, of course. But that would be crazy, actually, getting a job to cover. I was never even thinking of that. I was just, like, I kind of calculated the expenses, and I'm like, I don't really care. I'll just spend it, like, it ain't never that deep to me. But no, yeah, it is crappy because I think, like you said, I think you're right with Network Plus. I don't think Network Plus has a, what is it called? Like you said, I don't think Network Plus has a retake voucher. I'm gonna have to go and see real quick. CompTIA Network Plus. Yeah, I don't think Network Plus has like a retake voucher. Does it? 'Cause I feel like I remember I was looking. Hold on. Because they have Security Plus here. Let me see. Oops, I shopped for Network Plus products. Oopsies. Oh, wait, actually, I think this is where I'm supposed to be. So I think we go buy now, and then you'll buy the... Oh, they do have a retake, but it's $439. It's not too bad. You said... Also, just so you know, you don't have to wait till you get the A plus to search for jobs. You can just pass one exam and throw that on the resume that you are working on the second part. No, yeah, that is true. Actually, you're right. Oh, so you're right, actually. I just completely forgot about that because I am going to be trying to take Core 2 by April. So I'm like, that definitely means if I were to pass it in April, that I could pretty much, like you said, start putting it on my resume and put that I just have it. You know what or not have it, sorry. That I'm, working towards it or whatever. Like pretty much how you said it. So I seen someone get hired like that at my last job. Most IT jobs cover your exam prices. That's bare minimum, in my opinion, once you get a job in the field. Okay, so then that's pretty dope. That's pretty damn dope. So yeah, I definitely, cause I completely forgot about that too, because I've heard some people say that they were able to land like an IT role, even though they didn't necessarily have the A plus, but that they got the A plus a couple days later and stuff like that. But yeah, so actually, I wasn't even thinking of that, man. So that's really dope. I actually do have to do that. So at least I can start applying by April then. Or around that time, or at least I know that, because I don't think I want to apply in April, because the time that I would be willing to kind of really like go and work in that field, which I'm hoping would be this year. If it's not this year, it'll be next year. But around that time, I would hopefully want it to be around like July-ish or like August or September, like maybe around that time. So it's kind of like I probably would apply like a month or two before, or 3 months before maybe, just to see if I could get something. But that would pretty much be the goal for that one. You said most IT jobs cover... Oh, I already read that. But no, yes, because I'm looking at the prices too, and I'm like, trust me, the exams are definitely expensive, but I think I would be perfectly fine. I mean, but by then, though, I should have an IT job, hopefully, by the time I am taking some of the other exams. Only some of them. And then I could see if they will cover it, but I don't know. Because I'm looking at Network Plus. Well, actually, let me go to CompTIA A plus, which I'm already like prepared to pay for this. I've noticed people get this, and a lot of people tell them not to get that. I wonder why. But I gotta get Linux Plus. I think, was Pentest? No, Pentest was not it. They told me to get Project Plus too, because they said if I get Project Plus, that would drop one class in WGU. Can they please open up like without? So we're gonna buy now. Well, I think this one's Core 1. How do I? Oh. Okay, never mind. Do they have a Core 1 and Core 2 retake voucher? No, I think these are learning products. These are bundles. This comes with certification exams with access to... Oh, no, that's like the complete bundle. And then I think this one is 1 and 2 complete bundle with voucher and plus a retake. Why the hell is it 1,400 though? What else are they giving me? Because isn't it like when they put a bundle, isn't it supposed to be less money? Because why the hell is it more? Because like, oh, you know what? Retake the A plus Core 1 or Core 2 exam if needed. Oh, so this is like a voucher. So when you pay for this, you're getting both. Exam. Oh, wait, wait, hold on. Now that just confusing me because I thought they were separate. So I guess when you're paying for this, you're getting both, so you only get one retake voucher on one of the tests. Oh, damn. Damn. I thought it was like separate. So I thought this was like for Core 1, then you buy another one for Core 2. So I'm assuming you pay for the whole thing, you probably get both cores. So let's say I pass Core 2. Well, that means I would have to take Core 2 once. Because I think I'm a little bit more confident there. Well, technically I could fail it and get a retake, but once I use that retake, I'm screwed. Once I do that retake, I would be screwed, bro. So why even do the A plus? Well, currently I'm getting the A plus just because it's a part of the degree that I want to get from WGU. And if you get these certifications before you get the degree, you can actually drop around, like, I want to say, well, specifically for the A plus, you're probably dropping like one class. But if you get all these certifications beforehand and then you take it, you could drop around like 20-ish classes. Plus, if you take Sophia courses, you could drop around like basically half of the damn degree. And I wanted to do the accelerated program, which should be around 42 classes. And so if I'm able to drop half of that, obviously I would have around like 24-ish classes left. And so I could potentially get a 4-year degree in like a year and a half doing it that way. So I want to get the A plus. Even though it's one class that drops, it's still a class that's dropping. So why not get the A plus? And then also too, I want to get it just because I want to get it. So not only is it because of the degree, but I just want to get it. It's not that deep. So I think you'll be fine with A plus. It is an easier exam, at least in my experience. No, I definitely do think the exam is easy. I just think it takes a lot longer. But I just can't believe that's crazy because I thought it was a retake voucher like for both exams, but I guess it's only a one retake voucher and you're getting both exams in that way. So hopefully I don't fail both damn exams, because if I did, well, and then I'm also wondering too, you know, what if I took my core 1 and let's say I failed it, but then I decided to take my core 2, does that count as me taking my retake voucher? Like, I don't know, that just confused me. I think I'm confusing myself. I might have to go for this one. I think this one is going to allow me to retake both of them. So yeah, you get 2 exam vouchers, each with 1 retake. Or is this 1 voucher? Oh, I think this is 1 voucher. The fuck, why is this confusing the hell out of me right now? So, oh, one of the 2. Okay, never mind. So this is 1 voucher. So if you get this one, you get both. And I'm assuming this is probably a less, like if you add it all together, it's probably less. So, okay, so, oh, okay, I'm so sorry. So I'll be buying this twice, basically. So I would want to do something like this. Because that wouldn't even equal 1,400. Why the fuck does the other one equal 1,400? Because this is basically going to allow me to take core 2, and then if I fail core 2, take it again. This isn't about having core 1 and core 2. No, it's only 1 core. Got it. Understood. That confused the hell out of me, man. This confused the hell out of me for a second. But no, yes. Okay, so that's not bad. And then pretty much, yeah. That's actually not bad, but I don't see why the other one's like 1,006, because I guess yes is giving you 2 vouchers and 2 retakes. But technically, if you just buy this twice, that's like 600. This isn't even like a good bundle. Yeah, oh, because it's coming with the complete bundle, so that means it's coming with all this. Okay, that was, geez, that was something else. I'm like, what are we doing? I'm like, math is not math in here. Okay, so never mind. Never mind. You said all right, but no, yeah, man. And then I think that's probably really it. I'm trying to see if there's like anything else. Do y'all have any questions? I'll definitely go and answer some. You said don't pay that 1,004. Trust you, you won't need to retake the A plus. No, yeah, because I thought the 1,004 was supposed to be like a, like, you know how sometimes they'll be like, okay, you get 2 vouchers, 2 retakes, and we'll give you a lesser price because you're buying it in a bundle. So technically, if you were to buy the other one twice, it should be more money. But I realized that the $1,400 one is actually the complete bundle. I thought that was the vouchers and the retakes. I didn't know it was the complete bundle, as in you're getting the labs, you're getting the practice tests, you're getting this, you're getting that. Like, hell no, I do not need that. I damn sure do not need that. I actually plan on buying Professor Messer's practice tests, though. Hopefully he made them good. I'm praying he did. Excuse me. I am 100% praying that he did make that good, because, man, that's going to be terrible. But if y'all have any final questions, I am going to be hopping off here, and I'm going to be doing the 12-hour study session. Put that up. It's gonna be, or not 12 hours, sorry. It should be for like, I'm probably going to have it up for another maybe 2 hours. I'll probably take it down at 8 so that I could, I think by 8, I'm going to hopefully have a video ready to be uploaded by 9. If I don't have the video ready for 9, then I'll just keep it going till later. So the main thing I'll tell you is to just look at the objectives and highlight them as you got it down. Some people add extra material in these videos and lectures. No, yeah, Professor Messer, he as of right now, he hasn't necessarily added anything extra except for, I feel like, because I remember I was looking at the objectives and there was probably like 2 things he kind of added that was extra, which was the make disk, change disk, and remove disk. I think the only thing I've seen that was actually on there was the I was saying disk, remove directory. But the only thing that I actually seen that was in the objectives was the remove directory, but the change directory and make directory was not on there. So I was like, yikes, he added that for no reason. Unless I personally missed it. But other than that though, he's so far, and then he did the 2 dots as well. That obviously wasn't on there either. I think he did the help. That wasn't on there. Obviously, I think the slash question mark is on there, so I was happy about that one. And then we got drive letters, check disk. Oh yeah, then we finally got into things that actually needed to be used. But Professor Messer, actually, he does it really well. But I do that every time I study. Like, literally, I have it bookmarked and everything. But every time I'm studying for this, I always have my exam objectives open. Because I don't play. Like, I'm not about to learn something that does not need to be learned. But right now, I'm currently in this section here, which is like, that's why I keep saying I'm going to finish by April, because I'm still in the damn operating section. But I am getting pretty far. I should finish this section, as in taking all the notes I need by today. But then I do want to quiz myself first. Like, normally I really like drill it in. So if I'm not understanding things, I'll really quiz myself, try to get it. Especially with this section being what it is, sometimes they do want you to know like what these things do, but then they also want you to know when to use it scenario wise, and you know how that goes. So I got to make sure, because like right here, like given a scenario, use the Microsoft command line. So it's not necessarily just knowing what it does, but you need to know like when there is a scenario, and let's say, oh, they do have MD, they do have make directory. Oops, my fault, y'all. Wait, is that make directory? Oh, no, it's not. That's just MD. Never mind. I messed that up. Make directory is MK. Yeah, MK directory. Never mind. My fault. Never mind. But they do have RM dir. So, A. But yeah, basically you need to know the scenario. So I'm trying to also quiz myself on that, which I've been doing pretty good with the CD and dir. I've been doing good with check disk. And then with this here as well. Some of them just kind of click. The other ones, like ipconfig clicks, ping clicks. When it comes to these, I'm like, But I also haven't really like learned it yet either. They haven't really went over it. They only went over CD and dir and then check disk and this. So, and basically file management in general. Ooh, almost messed that up. So I use Messer for Network Plus, but I found Mike Mayer's on Total Seminars a lot more enjoyable to watch, as he makes it fun instead of monotone facts. I've always been the type of person to like monotone facts. I have actually noticed that too, especially with like preaching. Like it's so funny because I feel like my partner prefers preachers who make it more like they're kind of just like not making it performative, but just kind of, being motivational, and it's just kind of like making you feel good. And then I listen to this pastor that's just so monotone, and he just gets to the point. I'm like, I prefer the point. I feel like I can't do the fun stuff. So move directory, I think. Oh yes. Okay, my fault. How did I forget that? Oh yeah, you know what? He did teach me MD. I just forgot that he taught that because I was too busy looking at make. But I think it might be move. I believe you're right. But this is the current section that I'm in. And then I also have to remind myself too that when I am struggling, because back up here, I was kind of struggling on these things up here, but then I finally got it together. But when I am struggling, I always have to remind myself that these are sections within the operating system. And when you look at exactly how much questions are there, it's 28 questions 28% for the operating system. And there's 90, maximum is a 90 questions. So that means basically 25 questions, if, by the percentages is true, basically 25 questions out of 90 should be about the operating system. And there's about 11 topics within the operating system that it could be about. You know what I mean? So part of me sometimes thinks like, even if I'm struggling, like don't be too upset or worried about it, because they might not even ask that question to begin with, and if they do, then well, you screwed yourself. But I'm very confident. It's just CompTIA A plus studying, man, is crazy because it's just such a broader concept. I wish I was able to study full time, truly, because because only studying for an hour and 30 minutes a day is tough, especially when like you feel like you're not understanding something, but you can't even like make sure you understand it that day because you got to go to work in the next couple of minutes. It's like, man, that's tough. It is tough. But that's really like the only thing I feel like when it comes to studying things like that. You say you don't even remember that stuff anymore. It's crazy. All right, y'all, I'm gonna be starting my study sessions real quick because I do have to make sure. Well, for one, I want to eat, but then I do have to make sure I hopefully can get a video out for 9 today or something like that, 9 or 8. I do have the video in mind, but I just have to film it, download it, edit it. Hopefully I can do that in time. It's going to be tough. You said I will say this as well. When you earn more exams, you are going to see it's going to build off each other. Very cool to see all the important numbers come together later on in the CCNA. Oh, that's crazy. I didn't even know. That's actually pretty dope. So that's good to know, actually. I should link those things to where I'm going to see it later. Like, obviously, the security stuff, you're probably going to see that, in different areas too. But if I link it like that, it's probably going to help me retain some of that older information as well. So I thought they were useless till I got a job and was like, oh, you definitely need to know the important numbers. That's funny as hell. No, yeah. I know that when I'm like, cause I'm a big researcher, like I think that's why I tend to overthink a lot, and I know my overthinking can come off bad, but I like to say that it's what makes me strategic because I think of the way everything can go bad, but also the way things can go right. So it makes me really like plan out a lot of things. So, um, I know that whenever I'm going for this position, like I'm going to really look into what they're genuinely doing for every role that I'm getting into, whether it's just IT support specialist and then getting into network engineering, then possibly cloud engineering or network architect, whatever the hell I decide to go to. I'm really going to look at like specifically what the hell am I going to be doing. Like I'm a deep researcher because I need to know. Like I don't like to like obviously of course there's gonna be things I'm still gonna walk in on and be like, oof, I had no idea we were gonna do that. And it's okay to be like that, but I don't know. I'm a planner. Like I need to know what the hell is going on because I don't like to be caught off guard. I don't need to know everything. I just need to know what the hell I'm doing. Thank you so much for the subscriber, by the way, a minute ago from They Love 2. Thank you so much, bro. Super goated. But I am going to be putting up the 12, I keep saying 12-hour study. I am going to be putting up the, I guess almost 2-hour study session up. I am genuinely going to be studying, but it's not going to be the actual clip, of me studying because it's kind of hard to set that camera up. But yeah, I'll be catching y'all in the next one. Deuces.